Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3. It's you, it's me, it's us. We're here, we're together, we're on the air. I'm on the air, you're listening. I don't know if you're there or not. Wah. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson. At least a little effect, that latest video, a little clip there. This one. This should go along. It has been common, quote, wisdom decades. Even my father believed it when I was a boy. That for some reason the Republicans and Democrats switched sides at some point. This is not true. The only thing that has changed over time is that the Democrats have become more and more socialist, and the Republicans have become more and more like the Democrats. They all slid to the left. But common wisdom, it's been the common myth, the lie that the popular media pushed, that the racism and segregation and all the other racial problems in the South, they were Republicans, and then they became Democrats. After the Civil War, and then they became Republicans again, and then ping-ponging back and forth, and it makes no sense. Okay, first of all, the Republican Party was the party of action. It was the party that ended slavery. It was the party that founded It's very simple. The Republicans founded the NRA, which sent down members of the NRA. The first president of the NRA was Ulysses S. Grant, the president of the United States, who also prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan actively. And in fact, the NRA sent down to the South, to black communities, enlisted communities, signed them up for the NRA. Use guns to protect themselves from the KKK. Meanwhile, the Democrat Party founded, and there is no earth that groups that either party would be migrating back and forth. This fairy tale, I believe that suddenly all the Republicans decided to join enemies, call themselves Democrats so that they could be racist for 50 to 100 years. No. That people right there. I ride the bus. Dang stupid. Yeah, if look, the Gulf War, yes, the Gulf War was a war for oil. In the same way that Archduke Ferdinand was the cause of World War I. Look, the first Gulf War, Saddam Hussein's move, he conquered Kuwait, was going to go after Saudi Arabia next. His objective was to get a stranglehold on these in the world to have control. After he got and Saudi Arabia, he had control of, I don't know, of the world's oil reserves. Which would have crippled entire nations, would have driven the price of oil through, and would have funded his further conquests. He didn't think that he was going to stop at Saudi Arabia, people. When tyrants start a list, their goal, you do not discount a war against them. Oil is just, that's like to stop Hitler was, this is just a war over the Sudetenland. This is a war over, slice of land here, this little slice of land here, this resource or that resource. Yes, resources. And if Saddam Hussein had conquered, if the Western world had left Saddam Hussein alone the way they left Hitler alone, East, very easily looked at the start of World War III. Because Saudi Arabia, he would have had resources to use to his ends. Germany, so many wars of conquest over the years because it's as I recall, it's almost entirely landlocked. I think it is landlocked, and basically put, nations that are landlocked tend to decay towards conquest. Nations that have harbors, nations especially, tend to move more towards trade. Conquest, granted, but trade nonetheless. The reason the British Empire was so huge was because they dominated. Anyway, I'm getting all over the place here. I want to know if you saw the show yesterday. Okay, did the show yesterday. It was on. It was just a live show broadcasting WildStar. Was it fun? Did you like it? Was it boring? Was it too long? Was it too short? See, give me some feedback. Give me some stuff here. We're going to be working on the comic strips today. That's yes, plural. Plural. Because I fully intend. I need to get more comic strips out, and I need to get a bigger audience back. I need to, because this is June. My last payment. Well, basically after July. After will monthly income will drop by $400. So I'd better get on the stick, don't you think? I'd better start a larger audience, more Patreon patrons, and things done. Setting aside a lot of things, setting aside everything to try and do the probability bomb. Interesting idea, but it's not, I can't exactly sit on my thumbs that way anymore. I'm going to have to start putting in I'm going to try and start stretching the show out till midnight. Just so. Get more hours in, comics in, and get more people showing. What did you think of the game of the video of the Morporture show, the episode yesterday. Did you enjoy it? Was it? I had fun. I want to know if you enjoyed it. Okay. Are you there? Please talk. Testing, testing. But I want to know if you enjoyed it. Showing me. Do you realize that? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody here by now? Andrew Johnson's here, Andrew Johnson. But the thing with this YouTube chat, it does not tell you how many people are logged on. It doesn't tell you how many people are watching. It doesn't tell you anything. This is not a good thing. Because you're left wondering. I so need a co-host. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I would. I may have to start paying the guy who mows my lawn to be a co-host. Might as well. Nobody else is talking to me. Thank you. Let's see, we have Andrew Johnson. See hi. Okay, taking it from the top. Did you see the show yesterday? Have you watched the recording of the show yesterday? Did you like it? Was it fun? Did you enjoy it? Was there too much? I have no idea if I don't have Skype. I would have no idea how to set it up. I'll have to set it. Let's make a note. Skype. I wouldn't have no idea how to filter it through. But I'll just. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's see here. Skype. I'm looking it up right now. Googling it. I'm downloading Skype. The thing of it is, I don't have a regular phone. I have a VTech phone through an internet service as it is. I don't know. Skype for Windows Desktop. Okay. That's my computer making bing noises because I'm downloading Skype. I have no idea how Skype works. I don't think anybody has any. I agree. Make the most. Click to call. No, I do not want Bing or Microsoft Net as my home page. These programs are always trying to put Bing or Microsoft Net or some virus pro. I've already got a virus pro. I've got a better virus pro. I don't want yours. We're improving your Skype experience. Just one moment. Installing it. Pardon? I have to be impulsive like this. I have to, otherwise I don't get anything done. If I let myself think about things, I don't do them. Let's do it. Do it. Because if I sit there and think, okay, I'll do it tomorrow. 15 minutes. So do it on a schedule. Here, let me put this on my little ledger here for a particular time of day that I'm going to do it, and then I don't do it. Because I second guess myself. But seriously, I'm until you say something. Okay, so Hi says he has interest in Wildstar MMO and never intends to. I thought I was never going to play one either. I was like, oh man, pay monthly to play a game? You know, I don't want to do that. Next thing I know, I'm hooked. Know this. I really got to stop thinking about all the money these people make, because I'm sitting there going, crap. 5 minutes of their salary. 5 minutes. Okay, I'm signing into Skype. We didn't recognize. Okay, I don't have an account yet. Okay, sign in with it. Create an account. Okay. There we go. Step 1. Sign up for a free Skype account. Nothing makes you feel quite so old as realizing that kids won't understand your jokes. Nothing makes you feel even older realizing in their 20s would qualify as kids and your jokes. We don't have a mobile home phone number. Subscription here? What is this? Payments, okay. I thought this was a free service. This was like... Okay, I thought Skype was some sort of, was a free... It's not. Account details, billing information, prices, rates. $2.99 a month. Okay, that's not bad. But I would have liked to have known that I would be paying for it. You know, I'm dumb enough to think it's free. Of course, they were trying to shoehorn their freeware and their shareware and their bloatware in on me, so I figure, you know, they usually giving you a freebie. Okay, I'll get back to that on later. You need the subscription to call regular phone. Ah. So on another computer up there. Yeah. Okay, that explains. I'll work that. I'll take a little time. It's raining where I am, using the Rainy Tin Shack fix. You'd think by now I've been using this every day, so this isn't something new. Come on, guys. All right. Okay. Signing in. I've got the Skype program. Testing. 1, 2. Okay. It shows my face. I don't want to show. Speakers, high definition audio device, headset, earphone. Testing. Okay, that works. Your profile picture is how people will see you on Skype. Add a profile. Add later. Okay, I've got my Skype thingy set up. Start using Skype. Okay, now the thing of it is, how do I figure out what my phone number is? How do you call me? Okay, I've just got Skype. Yippoo! Now I've just got to figure out how to, Oh, Daniel! Now I gotta figure out how to... Oh, this thing. Oh, this... It activated Webcam Max, and I don't know. Gotta turn that off. There we go. Come on, off. Turn off. Turn off. Turn off. I want this off. It won't turn off. Okay. Give me a second. Give me just one. Yes, I would like to quit Webcam Max. Thank you, stupid machine. My Skype name is RH Junior 01. That's all I have. I guess we're open to calls and let's see. Can I app window Skype? Why is it? not working right. I just don't understand. Game, WildStar, IP camera, internet provider. Connect media files, YouTube, RL, desktop, do. www.cashmeyourlive.com. It's not working. Okay. You just added me on Skype. You shared contact details with. Did you? Okay, let's make this a video call. Let's. Hi. Can you hear me? Testing. Hello. What the heck happened? Oh, that's right. Sorry. Made myself deaf. No. Okay, that's great. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just adding these to the words and to the names. Okay. Put you on my Skype. Good. Would anybody else like to turn in on the Skype? On the radio, we talk on the internet and have conversations. And maybe I try and put your internet. I don't do well like that though. I am trying. I cannot make the Skype appear on the main cam. IP camera, video files. Oh, Alistair Ebon Wing is a hello. Alistair Ebon Wing contacts. Contact list. Hello. We're going to talk to Alistair Ebon Wing today. Oi! Why for you? Oh, Skype, you evil thing. Oh, Alistair, are you there? Alistair, can you hear me? There's an internet problem. Connection. Ouch. Hello?
Okay. Come on. Hello.
Hello, Alistair. How are you? I'm bored. Let's see. I'm going to try and. All I'm getting is a blank screen. I'm assuming you don't have a webcam.
Nope. Nope.
No camera. Oh well.
Oh, sorry.
You need to turn down your computer. I'm getting feedback here.
Oh. Hello. How's that?
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, how you doing? You got a question for the question for the artist?
Maybe.
Okay, quick question for the audience. Can you hear him? I can hear him. I don't know if you can hear him.
How are you?
Oh. That, you said, how are you? Okay, learning experience, folks, and we're learning poorly. We're learning badly here. This is bad. This is tragic. It's, it's doing stuff, but I do not know what it's doing.
I know this too, man.
Please hold while we battle the computer for control of the show. Alright, let's see here. Okay, audio. Okay, we got system sound. System sound. That's it, my. Play this. Audio. Okay. Quick can you can have a bit of trouble hearing me? Okay, that's odd. Okay, maybe maybe I need to turn my volume up on it.
Ugh.
Wow, seriously loud, dude. Ooh, ow. Okay. Well, anyway, what did you have a question you wanted to ask? Anything you want to talk?
Here. It's 100 here.
You got any degrees there? Yeah, right now we got rain.
Digits where I am. It's easily triple digits where I am.
Yeah, because it's got the best, I don't know.
Easily triple digits.
That owl. This is one heck of a learning experience here. We're trying to figure out how this is working. We are kind of talking past each other with Alistair and it's not going well, folks. It really is. Where's the volume? I don't know. Okay. Well, this has been okay, I wouldn't say it's a great call. Yeah, let me check something here. Make sure that, just making sure that it wasn't, this is, man. What sort of system are you using? Are you using a headset or just a microphone, or what are you doing here? Because this audio is,
For me?
your voice, you're deafeningly loud here.
For me?
Yeah.
Uh.
Stare Evan Wing is there somebody, don't know who that is that Ebony Griffin?
Just.
Just Ebony is fine? Okay. Okay. That's great. Alright. We're calling in, at least we're getting the kinks worked out this way. It's sort of. Let's see here, we're getting a. What the heck is this? Got an ad.
Doesn't matter if I was doing the freaking. Ugh.
Okay, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. I just muted the microphone.
It's pretty much a pair. After that. To shun these fuckers.
Your volume is way low. You might want to check the volume controls on your end. I'm going deaf here. Audio settings. Here we go. Audio settings. Ha 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 ha. I found it. Audio settings. Testing, 1, 2. Okay. All right then. Okay, I just managed to adjust that. Let's see. Sound. I found the audio controls. We're good. Okay, let me testing. Coming through clear.
Yes, sir.
Great. Wow, this thing actually reads. Skype actually has a voice-to-text feature. I think it does. It's printing out what you say. Dude, 21st century. It's awesome. Let's see.
Ugh.
Let's see. Notification. I have no idea what SMS is. Advanced settings. We're in trouble now. Okay. Connection, hotkeys, accessibility, sound settings. I'll keep it on audio settings. Well, this has been So, was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about, Alistair? Any questions?
One sec.
You got anybody else there that would like to talk about something?
What?
Okay, everybody. Whoa. Dude, what are you doing? Whoa.
Or what?
It sounded like you were twisting a dial or something and cranking it up. Sounds like an old radio. Okay, got people, everybody in channel saying, okay, it's not quite loud enough, it's fine to me, blah, blah, blah. Better volume, yes. Okay. I'd like to say thank you to Alistair Ebenwing, also known as Ebony Griffin, for sticking his neck out and helping the show by helping me get working. Now the question is, can you hear me? And can you hear him? Okay. Let's see Highland leaves. Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to let you go, Evan Wing. Let somebody. Thank you very much. And we now have. Yay! Catch you later, Alistair. Alright. Okay, well, blah, 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 blah. None of the above, send feedback. Finish. Oh, okay, we've got, Andrew, Alistair, and, well, he says neither of those is his real name, you know, so we'll respect that. Okay, for now, okay, we got Skype. Yay. Okay, so, do I need to leave my Skype on all the time in order to get line in, or can I turn it off and... Just what is it? What is this doing? It's bouncing back and forth. Zippity zippity doo dah, zippity hey. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Okay. Okay, groovy. I'll just leave it on. If anybody wants to call a comment with shoe throwing with feel free to call in. If you want to do heavy pornographic breathing, call somebody else, but type drink energy. All right. I had to take think that over. Alright. I'm gonna see here. KnowYourMeme.com. I'm going to load up some Courage Wolf memes to add to that mix. I love Courage Wolf. He's cool. There's a website called KnowYourMeme.com. It's reached the point where people need a resource to find out what a meme is and where it came from. Let's see. Let's see. Going to view all the images here. Some of these are funny. Some of them I like the actual motivational ones. Some of these are gross. I'm looking at for the good ones. I want to. This is what I scroll. This is how I scroll. Take an arrow to the knee. Become an event. Trap hipster in car, play Justin Bieber. That's a good one. Be the man that when your feet hit the floor, the devil says, oh bleep, he's up again. Play Doug Bear. Donate blood, ask for a gun and a bucket. Alright, that's enough. Okay, I'm just adding edges into my scroll, my slideshow, that is. Inspiration ones. Okay, I'm sorry if I was silent like that. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Playlist. Media files. Them. There we go. All right. Let's see here. This quote, not the most Bruce Jenner pretending to be a woman is that sharing in another person's fantasy, stick upon reality is now seen as of hate. Or as I put it yesterday, the other day, we live in a world that is dominated by people who think reality changes just as they pretend really, really hard. Let's see here. Yeah. And a meme took off. He disavows it, actually. He hates used. He says, this isn't a meme. He looks at these, he doesn't think they're memes. It's apparently not abstract enough. Big old bulgy forehead of his. Mutant looking weirdo. There's a man looking. He looked like he came out of this island, Earth. Okay. Let's get back to business here. What did you think? Anyway, back to the. I'm gonna keep asking. What all did you think of the show last night? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Do you want more? Do you want less? You know, just pretend that you're providing feedback or something. See, this is why. This is why people in throw themselves out of the windows of skyscrapers. Because people, they say the compact consider our needs or wants. Then when the company tries to find out what, quit bugging us, quit asking questions. Why are you on us? Why are you looking into our information? Why are you invading our privacy? Running a business is like dating the world's most temperamental woman. She wants you to know exactly what she wants. She wants you to provide it to her, but she doesn't ever want to catch you doing anything to find out what it is. Stop interrogating me. You should know what I want. And these corporations, they try to find it out second or third hand, by taking these studies and stuff and measuring phone call rates and the number of people who buy hot dogs on Thursdays and then try and collate it all together, some sort of formula to explain what it is people are wanting from their telephone company or something, or from their restaurants, or and they can't get it, and people, and no matter how polite they try to be, and it takes so little angry about that sort of thing. Let's see. I mean, think about it. Everybody. Coke. Remember New Coke? I remember New. Everybody makes fun of Coca-Cola, but how much research they had to put into the thing. They spent millions. They were trying to make it sweeter, like Pepsi was. Pepsi was overtaking them, so people are apparently, they're bigger sugar junkies than ever. I guess we need to change the formula, make it new, make it sweeter. Personally, I've tasted both. I've tasted Coke, I've tasted Pepsi. The difference is, but beyond that, man. There's nothing really, world-shattering about the difference, But apparently, Coke junkies could, they gave them a can of this new Coke, and it was the end of the world for them. And some poor son of a gun is like, what did I do wrong, I saw a cartoon once that described clothing fashion as being like playing a game 6-year-old. Showed an adult standing there and a little girl standing there, and she's going, okay. And then the adults switch red shirts. And they put on a red shirt. Not that shade of red. And it goes on 5 panels like that. They have been companies have been trying to predict the taste. All these people running around saying these are controlling the minds of the people, controlling their taste. Because trying to figure out what people genuinely want, I've told you about this story. When I was a kid, kids, and we would be riding on the from picking up mom and dad, we car, and dad would say, "Okay, honey." And all of a sudden, my mother would develop this conviction to never ever tell her husband anything at all, and to never ever answer any of his questions ever again. Because he would ask her, where do you want to eat? You know, Burger King, McDonald's, you know, pizza place, something like that. And Debbie and I, oh boy, yeah. And we're sitting there in the back. And she'd sigh, heave this big old dramatic sigh, look out the window. I don't care. It doesn't matter. He says, well, what do you want? You know, he says, what would you like? What was? Says, I don't really care. And it, you know, and she just meanwhile, my sister are in the car, losing our damn minds because we can't make up hers. My dad can't seem to figure out that she doesn't want to make a choice. I came to the conclusion long ago that she was, you know, got in her head somehow that we were all desperately poor, and it was her job to never ever let us spend any money ever again. And that's what it's like. Yes, you are. It doesn't matter what you are. If you're in business of catering to people's tastes, people would rather die than tastes are. They'll lie to you. They'll lie to you. And I'm talking, yes, I'll respect honey kind of lying. This is why they're doing those. This is why they hate doing political surveys. Useless. People say, "Oh yes, y'all vote for that," and they're lying. They're lying. They're lying so hard. Well, you can't get any feedback. The more you want feedback from people, the more they'll refuse. People go psycho. I used to work in a company that did telephone surveys for companies. You know, we'd call people, do cold calls, call them and tell us what you think of this radio station, tell us what you think of this pizza, or that game show, or this, you know, this amusement park, and and they won't tell you anything. And it reaches the point where you're about to lose your damn mind. Chase them down, grab them by the nutsack, and twist, and start screaming, "We have ways to make you talk!" Let's switch over so you can see what I'm drawing anyway. Let's see. Okay. It's a narrow window here. It's more tool. I got more toolbar than I've got window. You know, than I've got art window. Oh, in other news, my sister is coming. My sister, her husband, and one of her daughters, they're going to help me fix this house up. My sister's basically planning on cleaning the place a little, and her husband's going to be helping with water pipes finally. Just a matter of getting it wasn't until yesterday. I've been sitting there looking at the mess of pipes and fixtures and all that I have, and I finally figured out how to use and hook everything up so that I don't have to unhook or replace the lines to my bathtub and toilet. That's one thing. I originally planned on replacing the whole from the water intake out, but because the water heater is in the way, replacing the shower is pretty much impossible. The line to the toilet is kind of redundant anyway, because it's in good shape and it's all indoors actually, so there's no sense in it. read an interesting article today. It was on addiction, of all things. A scientist has begun. There are a couple of scientists who have started a lot of the research that was done about addiction. Forth. There are two main thought dominate the issue of the drugs and the drug prohibition and drug addiction and addiction, if not in particular. One mindset is that addiction is entirely chemical, that is either induced by chemical itself or the chemicals in your own brain. That it's a chemical process, and this is why it's so difficult to shake. The conservative stance has generally been that addiction was a form of moral weakness. That well, just basically that it was a consequence of too much hedonism. Well, they went back, this one particular scientist has gone back over the research that they used into, they took a rat, they gave it 2 bottles of water, one with regular water, one with drugs. I forget what, cocaine, I believe. Yes. And after like after 20 forego food and regular water for the drugs, even though it was starving to death. This was proof of how addicted the water was. This researcher, he went back and looked over the data, how the experiment was conducted. The rat was all alone with nothing in the cage but itself and those bottles of water. And he said, couldn't this have an effect on how the became obsessed with the drug-laced water? He did. He built he basically built a sort of a little rat playland. It was a full-size cage with all little rat toys and other little rats. A little rat, happy land. And he noticed that the rats did not get addicted. Here, let me pull up the article. Just a second, I got to do something. Somebody requested an image from. anyway, the thing it was is that he took rats and put them in the same addictive situation that they were in before. Here it is. In the let me here it is. The likely cause. Now, this is from Huffington Post, but I will state it. They list in their information. Says, back in the 1970s, a professor of psychology in Vancouver noticed about the experiment. The rat is put in the cage all alone. It has nothing to do but take the drugs. Professor Alexander built what he park. It was a lush cage, rat toys, and the best rat food, and tunnels to scamper of other rats to play with. In Rat Park, all the rats obviously tried both water bottles because they didn't know. But what happened? The rats with good lives didn't like the drug. They mostly shunned it, consuming less than the drugs the isolated rats had used. Some died, while all the rats who were alone happy became heavy users. None of the rats in Rat Park who had a happy environment did. And, he thought it was merely a quirk of the rats. There's a helpful human equivalent place at about the same time. It was called the Vietnam War. Time magazine reported using heroin was as common as chewing as soldiers. And there is some this up. Some 20% of U.S. soldiers in Vietnam became addicted to heroin there, according to a study published in the Archives of General Psychiatry. Now, many people were understandably terrified. They believed a huge addicts were about to head home when the war ended. But in 95% of the addicted soldiers, according to the same study, simply stopped rehab. Basically what it was is they had terrifying, stressful, miserable back into a pleasant home environment. This is that apparently both sides of the addiction argument, that it's looked or have understood, dismissed as a empty truism. Miserable people tend to become addicted more easily. And we're not just talking to things like heroin, we're talking shopping addiction, gambling addiction. This is what this the book in question is, Facing the Screen, the First and Last Days of the War. When you're so miserable, the only source of happiness is a chemical. When you in a state and you only have one thing that seems to numb the pain, that brings you any pleasure or any happiness, giving that up is like giving up breathing. One of the hardest things about being addicted, I've been told by people who've dealt with addicts, is believing that you're happy again. And the way we have and the way generally handles drug addicts and alcoholics and other people is the exact opposite of what they need. After the first phase, Professor Alexander took the test further. He in the early experiments where rats were left alone and became compulsive drugs for 57 days. It's that. Then he took them out of isolation and placed them in that park. He wanted to know that state of addiction is your brain hijacked so you can't recover. Drugs take you over, as the common wisdom is. Rats seemed to have few twitches, soon stopped their heavy use and were living a normal life. He gives the example that if you run a morphine, the medical in the hospital, there will be plenty of people also given heroin for long sleep. The heroin you will have a much higher purity and potency when being used by street addicts. So if the old theory of addiction is right, that it's the drugs itself that cause it, they make your body need them, then it's obvious what should happen, and try to score smack on the streets to meet their habit. But here's the strange thing, it never happens. It virtually never happens. As medical basically just stop. Why? Because when they leave the hospital, they're going back to a loving family and a happy, a loving and happy home. A safe and comfortable environment. When he comes down off of his high, he's in a pit. And the thing of it is that generally what a lot of people do, especially with the tough lab attitude, they, if you don't quit this drug, I'm leaving. So great. There's another reason for it, Here's another example. Cigarette. Everybody assumed that nicotine was what, and they came out with nicotine patches, and everybody thought, hurrah, hurrah, we've solved the problem. They can get their fix without all that harmful smoking. But less than 17 Office of the Surgeon General has found that just 7 are able to stop using the cigarette patches, the nicotine patches. Granted, 17% of addicts, that's millions of lives. But what it reveals is that the cause of addiction is only a minor part of a bigger picture. Drug war is based on a claim that we need to eradicate a whole array of chemicals because they supposedly hijack people's brain and cause addiction. If drugs aren't the driver of addiction, if in fact it is disconnection that drives addiction, then this makes no sense. We've been doing it exactly wrong. Reality reality shows like Intervention is the general approach is tell the addict to shape up or cut him off. Now the message is that an addict who won't stop should be shunned. It's the logic of the drug war. But according to them, that will only deepen their addiction because you've isolated them even further. Question. We can't blame addiction on chemicals. There are drugs that are physically addicting, but it is the psychological, the thing that keeps bringing them back after they go through the withdrawal and everything else. And what keeps bringing them back is the fact that they live in a situation where the drugs are the only source of contentment and happiness in their lives. And that is because we isolate them. And they isolate themselves. Goodness. Okay, now okay, the other lesser known races in the Questroverse, okay, goblins, as you know, in the Questroverse are bat-like, eternal flyers, hibernators. It takes a good bit of effort to keep them up and active and working through the winter, but they are usually hired, as you saw, as couriers. Because of their ability of flight. They generally prefer to live in a semi-arboreal lifestyle ground. They are generally omnivorous, though they do not generally. They tend to be fructivores. They eat a lot of fruit and some meat. Bread, they don't want it. Now, that bolted for the hills after they found out that the wild hunt was coming. Those ones you saw, those were all male. The females sort of look like sad little basset hounds. The sexual dimorphism is much wider in the orcs in the orcs than in other races such as humans. The males are considerably larger, have much more are much more muscular than females. The females are shorter, smaller. They look sort of like a basilope from Burke Bree's comic strip. but they're in high demand for their, for their brute strength, quite frankly. Trolls, they resemble humanoids, but they're sort of blue. They're sort of they're the color of the mold in blue cheese. Blue-gray color, stocky, stumpy legs, long arms. They are also a type of fungus, similar to the tree apes, but much more intelligent. They're very simple-minded. They grow like funguses. That's the reason that trolls are under bridges, is because when troll spores land, the very few of the spores sprout, but those that do in damp, dark places, such as under bridges, bowls. They grow to a full size in short order. They're simple. They're generally not very aggressive, but they can eat anything. And they generally prefer compost, actually. Dead plant matter. If you find one that's fairly young, they will bond, sort of like a duckling, if they meet a person at an early enough stage in their life cycle. They will follow that person around, do as they say. That's the reason they believe that they were artificially made, to be a race of servants. They're very strong, they're very dumb, and they can take all of physical damage and keep going. A troll can lose an arm and barely notice it. The dryads you saw, they're tiny, fairy-like creatures, but they are not related to the Fae folk. They are dryads. They are they are small, humanoid, hive-like in their lifestyle, and they infest trees, literally. They live on. They are herbivorous. They eat wood and bark. When they infest a tree, everything in their lives comes from the tree. They make things from the wood. They eat the bark and the heartwood and the pulp. But at the same time, they will nurture the tree so that it continues to grow, even as they hollow it out. And they will, they take care of it. And the trees and the large old trees that they infest tend to be the heaviest producers of fruit, nuts, seeds. That's why they're called a boon to the lumberjack. They do like sweets, so you can buy favors from them with a bit of honey, a bit of honeycomb, candy, that kind of thing. The centaurs in the world of equestriverse. Very typical, but they have their upper torso is more equine. Their heads are more similar to a horse's. Blunt muzzles, long ears, mane. They have their coats grow over their whole bodies, and their manes grow from the top of their heads down their backs, upper backs. It makes for an interesting study of anatomy. They do not have two stomachs. Their main stomach is down in their body. They just have a long esophagus running through the upper torso. But they do have two hearts. One for the upper torso, one for the lower body. And lungs. A very complex circulatory system, which, depending on the circumstance, can make them very hard to kill or very fragile, all depending on what kind of damage they take. I'll be right back. I gotta go. I gotta take a little break here. Be right back. Little tummy little gut rumble there. Oh, I got to call in. Is somebody here? Okay, I think. I'm trying to figure out how to figure out who's testing 1 2. That's the audio. Okay. Andrew, here we go. Okay, are you there? Okay, let's see. Just a second. Something went wrong. Something fall down, go boom. Okay, let's... Testing. Here we go.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's sort of a echoey. Testing 1 2.
Yep.
Can you...
Just a moment. Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you fine. Great. And, okay, does everybody in channel hear him? And now we gotta wait for the answer. Andrew, TGU is calling in. Andrew Johnson calls you. What brings you in to call in? Is there something you want to ask? Something you want
Well,
to
let's see. I asked of the Questoverse. So, last you were centaurs and how they...
Yeah, they have 4 lungs and 2 hearts.
4 lungs?
Yeah, upper torso, lower torso.
1 stomach, you
Yeah,
mentioned.
because there would be no sense in that. 1 esophagus. You know, they could have like a gizzard right about there in the upper torso, but 2 stomachs would be redundant. The upper one would not be able to hold enough body, great big horse-sized body, with a little human-sized stomach. You'd be eating meals constantly. So I figure they have just a straight esophagus to the horse stomach.
I think that's interesting. Who else? What other races do you have?
Well, let's see. One of the things you have to know about the Fey folk, the fair folk, it's known that they are an artificial race. They were created by an unknown species in countless eons past. That's part of the reason that they are so rigid about regulations and rules and making promises and what?
They're effectively AI.
Artificial intelligence is originally anyway. They're organic, obviously, but they basically one of the restraining bolts on their personality. It's a lot like read the comic Freefall.
Yes.
The Bowman's Bowman's wolf.
The Bowman wolf.
On it.
Yes.
Saint's got all sorts of built into her brain. That well, basically same story for the Fey folk. They the high elves. Basically that's why they're half nuts for millennia, but they still have these restraining bolts, metaphorically speaking, that won't let them have truly full free will. They're aware of it, that they are psychologically restrained, and they weren't. Whoever did them did a kind of rush job that basically, if they pass a rule or a law or make an agreement, it is binding forever. So this has been causing them quite a problem, because you've seen what happens when the letter of the law becomes too vast for anybody to obey it. Either you go nuts trying to obey the letter of the law, and it's impossible because you have millions of contradictions, or you become very, very, very pulls. And that's what they have been doing.
That's probably what the
reason that they owe the Rakonans, the reason they had the reason were one of the few races that they are banned from ever using in the wild hunt. And the reason is because they are blessed by Oberon. And the was of a very simple thing that one Rakonan suggested to Oberon thousands of years ago.
And who is Oberon?
Oberon is basically the king of the elves, king of the Fey folk, rather.
Okay. King of the elves are separate.
He's so far up the ladder that nobody's seen him in millennia. Okay. It comes down to this.
So
what was it?
So what did that Rokanan do?
Basically, he introduced Oberon to the idea of sunset provisions. The idea of passing a law and requiring it to end after a certain period of time. This has enabled them to...
if only we had such a thing.
Yes, we do, for some things, but unfortunately, it wasn't... This is one of the things I've said that they needed to add to the Constitution sometime. If I could go back and speak to the Founding Fathers who were writing the Constitution, I'd be like, dude, high five, selfie, first. But, who is this lunatic?
Probably.
But I would urge them, there's certain things that I think they should have. First of all, they needed term limits. It was beyond them. It was literally beyond their comprehension that anybody would want the jobs that they were creating here. They weren't conceiving of power and authority and privilege as they become. The president or a senator or a judge, compared to the rulers of the time, had very little real power individually. And so they thought, this is going to be a crap. I want this forever. And it never occurred to them that these people were going to be writing their own rules. They needed to be introduced to the idea that yes, they needed term limits. They also, because one of the first things we learned is that it's easier to write a bad law than it is to get it abolished.
Yeah, they really should have made it easy to get rid of laws.
There are places where it's illegal to wear shoes with ridiculous stuff like that. It just the cruft accumulates. It's like a barrier reef at this point. And
or like a personal computer.
No, actually a personal.
True.
But
most of the time.
Sunset provision, term limits, and I also think that they should have added one extra thing to legislation, that any bill had to be approved by popular poll first. They would have to get, in order for a congressman to introduce a bill to be written into law, he would have to go out to his constituents, and he would have to get so many signatures before he could even introduce the bill.
It was a little at that time for
yes, but of course, anything that impedes hasty legislation strikes me as a good idea. So,
I would have required.
We want to introduce a new text. We want to introduce a new text law. It'll take 5 years for them to write out there. We can wait.
I would have required it before voting on a law. It would have required a single sitting reading of the whole law to vote on it.
Oh Lord, this is. They know that we have too many laws. Let's put it this way. Of the ancient Hebrews was governed by you could fit them into a single sheet of paper. Have you seen a copy of the Constitution? What is it? Two or three pages for a whole country. there's something like 3,000 volumes governing the interstate sale of cabbages now. It's gone to as long as they have laws like this, they can make them mean anything they want. The average American citizen, it is estimated, breaks 4 federal laws, commits 4 felonies in the course of their day-to-day. We're not talking the Beagle Boys here. We're talking average Joe citizen going down to the Walmart.
For example, not lighting up all those signal flares every 20 miles.
Oh yeah, it's and governments are terrible at making decisions. A good example. There's a book out there. You ought to look at it. It's called "Asses Rule the Masses." That's the actual title. Look it up. It's you think your politicians are dumb now. You'll be like, these guys are geniuses compared to what you could have. Example: small town. They had a pretty little, courtroom in one of these 100-year-old buildings, and they had this courtroom, and they decided they were going to hang drapes around the walls, the curtains,
Mm-hmm.
Got some beautiful, expensive, they spent thousands of dollars on them, and 12-foot long.
Mm-hmm.
So
What
guess
do they
what
do?
they got together and voted on what to do? Take a, what do you think they voted to do?
I wouldn't say that it's probably as easy as what actually happened.
Just make a guess. Just what do you think they did?
Okay, they could have voted to proper length. They could have voted to just wrap them over. They could have voted to send these ones back and get proper size. What did they do?
What they did? Well,
Nope.
they got together and voted unanimously to spend several $1,000s more to raise the ceiling 2 feet.
Yes. I said no, and then immediately thought, oh wait, they aren't going to raise the ceiling, are they?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Sometimes I hear about these people. I wonder if the instant they get to City Hall, they're given a dose of stupid juice. Oh man. Oh. Anything's better than talking about the Kardashians. That's what we're here for. But you see all these people. Everybody talks about how dumb the Kardashians are and how dumb the Jersey Shore guys are. And I'm like, and everybody makes fun of Boo Boo, Honey Boo Boo, and her family. I mean, that was sad. They hurt you out of wedlock, and the kid had toes that were fused together, and I'm like, I'm not lying. They had on camera. The kid had fused toes. Where did they find these people? I mean, they had to search the entire country to be that far past the clamp. We're all staring and leering, and we're all the ones standing around like dummies watching them and laughing and pointing. They're walking off with millions of dollars in each pocket. They got they're carrying money home in little Walmart plastic bags. But really, I can't blame her. This is the kind of people we made of them. This is why we told them how to succeed. Speaking of Jersey, so did you ever see the Three Stooges movie that came out a couple of years ago?
I had not. I've seen the original
movie that came out. It was actually pretty good. It was fun. It was a homage to all the old and the guys that played the Three Stooges were brilliant. The audience. I was about peeing my pants. It was hysterical. It was the thing I had seen all year. It was dumb, but I was laughing so hard I was crying. And they had one part of the movie where they're trying to save the orphanage, raise money to save the orphanage they had grown up in, and Moe ends up on the cast of Jersey Shore.
Oh dear.
And they even gave him an orange tan with that bowl cut and everything. And he proceeds to treat the rest of the... It was the cast. It was the actual Jersey Shore cast with what's her name and all the others. You know, they signed on to be in the movie. And I got to give them props because that shows that they are very self-aware. They know what they look like to other people. They got that self-conscious awareness that made William Shatner so big. But anyway, they played along. It was hysterical because he came in and he was treating the rest of the cast the way he used the way Larry and Curly, slapping them the whole 9 yards, and chair, floor, boom, dime. And it was brilliant. And I saw that, and I saw it. You think that these reality show people, the Jersey Show, you figure they're real life jerks, but they're playing just the same as any other actor, and they're very aware of how they're seen. And just seeing them getting up, just seeing them goofing around with the Three Stooges, playing themselves, so to speak, and letting Bo slap them, and you had to go, yeah. Props, kudos to them for being, aware of themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things I admired about Captain Kirk, William Shatner. Back when William Shatner, back in the original Star Trek, he was not well loved by the rest of the cast. In fact, a couple of them came out after a few years after the show and basically said, they say, oh, he was an egomaniac and everything. And instead of denying it, he doubled down. I mean, he played it, playing William Shatner as William Shatner. And best story I ever heard about William Shatner. This is the zen of William Shatner. He took his son out, and he was wearing the whole Enterprise, uniform,
Mm-hmm.
and he was wearing 2 William Shatner masks.
Two of them?
One over the other. He would go up to the door with the kid, and he'd be there and be William Shatner, and then he'd say, "Who are you?" And he'd pull off the mask, and it was William Shatner. And then he'd pull the mask off again, and it was still William Shatner. And the Tao of William Shatner, right there. He's done ads for Netflix. He says, you could watch other shows other than my movies, but why? He just plays to it. And he made it work for him, and I'm like, that is so brilliant. Yeah, we call them stupid.
Sounds amusing.
We call them stupid, but they make more than all of us together make in a year. Yeah.
So,
Of course, there's some of the, they open their mouths and the brains fall right out sometimes. I still don't know I don't know who the Kardashians are. I've never met them. I've never seen them. I've never seen anything of them.
never heard of them.
I've heard, I wish I could pretend. People who are famous, God rest his soul, used to put it. Terry Pratchett,
No. Whatever.
Kardashian.
I've
The
heard
first time I
Terry
heard about the
Pratchett.
Kardashians, I'm like, what are those characters from Star Trek doing in this? I'm seriously, I heard that. I was like, okay, like, why is the deep paler? Kardashian. Never mind. That is nasty. You saw that picture of her with balancing a glass, glass on her butt and champagne arcing over her back to land in the glass. And she thought she was going to break the internet with that. She nearly, I bet a lot of screams. People punched him. Oh man, some people just off. Oh yes, Discworld. John Crew. Yeah, I think Andrew knows who Terry Pratchett is.
Yes, as I said.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Was there something?
I will probably have to be going
Okay,
soon,
I've been chattering in your ear. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling in.
That should have helped you get the Skype set up a bit.
Yeah.
So
Skype.
nothing
Skype. It's not just the sound your dog makes when you kick it. Okay. Oh yeah.
Good
Take
night.
care. Bye bye. Let's see. Echo. Anybody else wants to call in? Feel free to. Mr. Jenner, the star Bruce Jenner, decides to change his life. In the clinic, the sex change clinic, a surgeon, Penny's gone away. A weenie whack, a weenie whack, a weenie whack, a wee. Okay. Okay, that's enough. I'm going to keep doing stuff like that because it's funny as heck and it's also mean. And that's life for me. Okay. Okay, let's see here. We got John Kruger calling in. Here we go. Hello, Jonathan.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. How are you doing? What are you calling in about?
All right.
What do you want to talk about? What do you want to say? What do you want? Screaming, yelling, throwing shoes.
Mainly, I wanted to see if it was working.
Oh yeah, it's working. You're not able to hear it on your channel?
Okay.
Nuts.
No, I can hear you. I guess where I'm watching you here. I'm not even. I'm going to be probably leaving in 15, but
Cool.
yeah.
Anything on your mind?
How are the
What's on your mind?
what's the word left in my mind? Commissions. How are they doing?
Missions. Well, they're doing. Right now, I am sorry about that. It's just I draw, and I keep drawing, and I draw until
Yeah,
I'm
no
done.
problem. You did warn me that it would take until about now, so you were on time anyway, according to what you said.
Let's see here. Oh, let's see here. The one that needed colored, wasn't it? First of all, you needed one that colored.
Yeah.
You had a couple of others that were new. Haven't touched the new ones yet. Let me get it. Oh, fudged! I'm trying to think and talk at the same time, and it's not working. If I was chewing gum, I'd fall out of my chair.
Oh no.
Yes. I'll be straight up with you. I don't know when I will get it done. I will get it done. I will keep working on it at least a little bit each day until it's done. It's like that old sci-fi story.
Which one?
Old sci-fi story. There's a couple of astronauts. You know, they collect pet. You know, they traveled from star to star on their starship, and each of them had different. You know, pick up little pets and such from the critters that were all over there. And eventually they decided to challenge the pets to a race. You know, they would put all the different little alien critters on one end of a table and put their favorite. So the guy's name was Sloan, and he brought out his pet rock, and you know, this one guy, space slug or something, set it on the table, and the little rock, the guy named Teddy, he set Teddy down on the table, and everybody placed their bets. There was only one guy who bet on the rock, and nobody could understand why. Anyway, they laid out the food, you know, and the slug started crawling across the table, and just as it was about to reach it, they discovered something interesting about the pet rock. It appeared that Teddy could teleport. Bing! And went bing, and appeared at the other end of the table and ate the pile of sugar that was waiting for it. And they were all sitting there, and everybody turned on the guy that made the bet, and he said, "You knew." He said, "No, I just remember that old saying." You know, and Sloan goes over and picks up his rock and says, "You know, what was the saying?" He said, "Sloan's Teddy wins the race."
Oh, oh man, oh no, not one of those. Oh, ow. Oh,
That joke sucked.
I know.
And
But it's still somewhat
I want
funny.
you to think about the fact that there is somebody out there that somebody made that joke. That joke sucked so bad, and he took all that time writing it out, and he got paid for it. He sold it to a sci-fi magazine. And oh, the universe is not fair. Okay, I will work on this, but I'm trying. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that you'd like to talk about? But I'm like I say, we'll work on them a little bit each day, try and get them to you.
No problem.
But, I'm thinking of like turning into or Jim Davis rather.
Okay.
You know what he does?
Sounds
He
good.
does Garfield. Well, actually, he doesn't do Garfield.
Oh, Jim Henson.
Davis.
Sorry, I was thinking.
Jim Davis. He's also dead, but
I was like, wait.
which kind of makes his puppeteering a little slow. Come on, look alive over there, Henson. Whoops, sorry. You know.
Dear. I might in a later stream, but yeah, I'm good for now.
Okay, well, you said you had to be on the run. I guess you got to go.
Yeah, soon.
Okay. Well, we've got call-ins, folks. We're doomed.
Okay.
Okay. Talk to you later.
later.
Bye-bye. Things you do not want to hear when you're sitting in a dentist chair. Whoops. Okay. Don't ask me where that came from. It just did. I think the caffeine's kicking in. But yeah. Okay. Let me change the memes here. Let me change. I gotta put more memes in there. I like the liberal logic ones, but I know they're not everybody's cup of tea. I gotta add more generic memes. Let me switch over to the art program. So the problem is, when I'm doing the art program, I gotta switch over like this and go back and forth. Whose line is it anyway? I don't know. I know what you're referring to. I've seen that show. It's okay. I've seen both versions, before and after Jim Carrey, so... Yeah, everybody wants a laugh, you know. I wonder whose idea was to make it a game show. I don't know what you'd call what they're doing. Is it performance art? But, anybody else wants to call in? I'm RH Junior 01. Really, that's all you need to call me up? That? Just that? Really? Accept. Okay, that's nice. What a life. Yeah. Call in. I've actually talked to human people. I get, you know, it gets me, is all these experts coming out that the internet is a... Have these people been awake in 30, 40, 50 years? These people, when everybody was sitting around reading newspapers, and not looking at each other. At the least, with modern internet, and smartphones and everything, we're actually trying to talk to other people. Everybody's hoping to, everybody deep down is hoping to, hit that sweet spot and become a Numa guy or something. But we're still talking to people. We have, let's see. I know that it frustrates the older generation. I'm 40 years old, and I'm referring to the older generation. That tells you, I'm sure. But body language is confusing you. You know what I'm saying? You're seeing somebody sit there. You see a teenager. It's as old as time. It's as old as time. Or 40-something sees a teenager sitting there with their head down, staring at something in their hands, and apparently not paying attention to anything around them. And they think that this kid's in a shell and he's not contacting anything. What it boils down to is that they're mad that the kid isn't worshipfully paid. You want to say it in the ugliest way possible? There you have it. Get over yourselves, old. But I'm sorry, the pig is halfway through the python, and it's not anywhere near as big as it used to be. Everybody talks about the me generation. The me generation was the boomer generation. Everything revolved around them. We had people come from World War II, and all of a sudden we had thousands of kids, millions of kids, boom, everywhere. And so that, the demographics changed overnight. Think about it. Suddenly, a normally middle-aged society, which is pretty much any demographic spread of a normal nation. I mean, was it a bell curve? Think about it. Before that point, up to a certain point, before the baby boomer generation, the average nation was, if I'm remembering, it was pretty much a bell curve, right? With the most people in the middle or older age group, ascending slope. This was largely due to the fact that infant mortality rates, for one thing. This is why you had so many kids, because many of them didn't make it to adulthood. Most of them didn't make it out of the crib. But with the baby boomer generation, first of all, we had better neonatal care than ever before, and we had billions of people coming home wanting to make babies. Millions, anyway. But, boom, suddenly, the largest demographic in history was not the 20-somethings, was not the 30-somethings. It was not the middle ground anymore. It was these babies. Which meant that parents, new parents were the main concern of marketeers, hospitals. Everything was about baby and about mommy and about the new mommy and the new daddy, especially the new baby. Then they and as each year went by, the boomer generation. They were the biggest thing they were the elephant in the room. It stayed that way for decades. The 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. And it was when they were passing through their teen years in the 50s and 60s that our culture became so youth obsessed. Because they were, everybody was marketing to the rock and roll generation. not. It's a bias in American culture. It really is. People think of teenagers as being the most dangerous and violent population segment. But social burps to the contrary, the biggest up until now, the biggest criminal demographic was the boomer generation. And during the 60s, their generation had the highest crime rate. During the 70s, their age group, now in the 20s and in their 20s and 30s, had the highest crime rate. And then in the 80s and 90s, and they were starting to slow down, but they were still the #1 crime demographic. Particularly violent crime. But the stigma of the violent teenager culture. Oh, not to say there aren't violent criminal groups of teenagers out there, but statistically, most of the violent crime by the boom. I've said this before. It was the boomer generation has been a detriment to our society for decades. It was catered to them from the day that they were born by necessity. And now they have moved past their own demographic market. They have moved on with the market lagging behind, still obsessed with the younger generation. The boomer generation has moved into its 70s now, and they're not. And the culture they set up no longer. They say there are certain stages that everybody goes through, dealing with a tragedy. Whether it's accepting mortality or a tragedy, but or, a tragic loss is shock, denial, bargaining, anger, depression, and acceptance. The 80s was the shock, I think. Because they looked back and they went, the boomers looked around and said, oh crap, we're in our 30s now. Remember, the boomer generation, they said, don't trust anyone over 30. Now they're over 30. Oh crap! In the 80s. And next came denial, which is when our country, in the 90s, in the 90s, when our country went health crazy. And that's only gotten worse over time. That's the bargaining phase. You know, they came into shock, they came into denial. We're still young. Remember the show 30-something? That was the pinnacle of denial. It was all about baby boomers who had just hit their 30s and were still in denial that they were getting old. And it showed them running around, sleeping in other people, in one another. At the time it was scandalous for national television, but it was a celebration of them clinging to their youth. And then when they hit the 90s, the 1990s, and they went into the bargaining phase, diet and exercise, and they were taking they were going on a crazy train. They were taking us along for a free ride, and they haven't gotten off the train yet. They're trying everything now to stay young, or everything from banning trans fats to oil of Olay, and it's not working. So that leaves anger and depression. Now I want you to look out the window and look at the state of our country. The boomer generation is still the emotional tone for the entire nation. From the background now, but it is influencing the nation as a whole. The boomers are now in Congress. They're in the White House. They're running for president again. They have become the old white people that they despised when they were younger. It could be summed up: après moi, le déluge. After us, the deluge. They're going to wreck this country. They are angry at the world that they have gotten old. They are bitter that their utopias of childhood didn't come true, and they're going to crash and burn. And don't you think for a minute that isn't going through their mind. Screw the younger generation. We're going out with a bang. Obama may be generation, but he's their sycophant. He was a red diaper doper baby. He was raised by the Marxists in his college. That man is nothing but a list of bad influences in his life. And we are all going to pay for it. He's let's be honest. Obama is nothing but the fulfillment of the designs of Clinton and his ilk. They raised him, they grew up. He's the inevitable outcome of all the things they set into motion. A man who got elected for no better reason than the color of his skin. If he had been white, he would have never stood a chance. And if you don't believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. To Brooklyn. Before Obama ran for president, he was a nothing. He had when he was first nominated, everybody's going, "Who the hell is?" He was a freshman Senate congressman, and he had literally spent his entire first. Sorry, words just slipped my brain. He literally spent his entire time in Congress voting present or more often absent. He didn't do anything. He was there for the coffee and donuts. And people looked into his past, and the best that could be said is that he didn't have anything to show. Then they started looking a little closer, and then they found out all the horror stories about him, and those disappeared quick enough. the best anybody could say about him. They shouldn't have called him an empty, they should have called him a sock puppet. So now here he is, in power, running the country into the ground as surely as if he was driving it like a tent stake. The boomer generation is having its revenge on the world for letting them grow old. Am I overstating the case? I don't think so. I think the fact of what they have spent the last couple of decades doing speaks for itself. Look, it was the boomer generation that started got Social Security up and roaring along like it is. It's the boomer generation that pushed through things like affirmative action. It's the boomer generation that pushed through the unconstitutional laws that mentally were under the false flag of civil rights. All the way back to the 60s. The civil rights movement in the 60s, I've talked about this before, and I've repeated myself over and over, but it started out, many of the things that the civil rights actions they were fighting for, they were legitimate. As Martin Luther King Jr., a Republican, I might add, Martin Luther King Jr. said the law cannot make a man love me, but it can stop him from lynching me. And he recognized that that was the purpose. The purpose of the government was not to make people love him. It was to stop them from lynching him. But that wasn't good enough for some people. The things they were doing, you had these people with you remember the Jim Crow laws were one thing. Those were unjust. The government had no right to segregate. The government had no authority to segregate. It was the government that came in and told the buses that they had to put black people in the back. It was the government that came in and demanded separate water fountains. It was the government again and again and again and again and again and again and again that did all these things. And getting those laws, those Jim Crow laws, revoked was a necessary thing. It was necessary for justice. Demanding that everybody be treated equally in a court of law, demanding that everybody have an equal right to vote, those were good things. But when they started turning on private organizations and demanding under threat of force that they change their policies, that's where they transgressed. These sandwich counters that had no blacks allowed signs or whites only signs, yeah, it was ugly. It was bigoted and stupid. But it was also their right. It's called freedom of association. It is the right of every person to associate with or not associate with anyone they choose, regardless of the reason. You do not need to justify or validate an inalienable human right. You do not have to explain why you want a free press, or why you shouldn't have to explain to anyone why you want a gun. It is your right to own one. It is not your right to demand somebody pay for it, but it is your right to go out and buy one and own one yourself. It is your right to engage in freedom of speech and in freedom of press, freedom of religion, lawful assembly, and freedom of association is among those rights. The right, regardless of how wicked or stupid or unfair or unkind other people think the reason is. If I decide I don't want to associate because I think you're ugly, I have a right not to associate with you. If you decide that you don't want to have anything to do with me, and you don't want me to shop in your store because I'm fat, and you're standing at the front because I don't want to deal with an asshole like you, pardon my language, but that's your right. And yes, even if you don't want somebody to come in because they're black or Jewish or Muslim or any other category, the Bill of Rights isn't there to preserve the rights of people to agree with you. The Bill of Rights is there to protect the rights and opinions and freedoms of people you don't like and who you would like to see restrained. They're there to protect them from you. What happened was they laid the groundwork by passing these laws that forced private institutions, private companies, to no longer discriminate on basis of race. They laid the groundwork for the government to come in, for anybody to come in and force you to work for them, no matter how morally appalled you were with them. 20 years down the road from now, we are going to be forced to make sandwiches and bake cakes for pedophiles and bestialists. You don't think so? Look, they already got homosexuality through the door with a battering ram. They're not even going to slow down now. You think that the kitty diddlers aren't as fanatically desperate to get social acceptance and validation? And we showed them the way. We laid out the the yellow brick road for them. The shiny pathway straight to hell. Talk all you want about how so-and-so is a hateful bigot and a racist or whatever, but I've never had a bigot use the government to destroy my family business because I wouldn't bake a cake for them. We live in that country now. We live in that country where it doesn't matter if it's true or not. You're a racist, you're sexist, you're a bigot, you're a homophobe. So what? You can be the meanest, most hateful, bigoted bunghole on the planet, but that does not give you a single second of a right to trample on my rights. That does not give you a crumb of authority to steal away my freedom of speech, or press, or religion, or association. if the civil rights society, if the people pushing for civil rights in the 60s had stopped with getting the Jim Crow laws abolished and had just let society take its course, racism was already in disfavor. The fact that the nation was torn in half over the issue was proof of that. All they had to do was silently, peacefully go about their business. And watched as racism withered on the vine. This is why you see these posts. This is why people were so angry. Because they knew that it wasn't stopping there. It wasn't stopping at the laws. It wasn't stopping at demanding that people be allowed to sit wherever they darn well wanted on the bus, or taking off these whites and blacks only water fountains, all the stupid things those things were. It didn't matter that the Jim Crow laws were being revoked. It didn't matter. It wasn't going to stop at demanding equality before the law. It was going to keep going and demanding privilege. These people were being coerced to serve people they didn't want anything to do with. Not a single member of the so-called civil rights movement ever stopped to reflect on the irony that they were forcing other people, that the descendants of former slaves were forcing other people to serve them against their will. We assume that being a victim makes you a saint, or that you have to be a noble, saintly person to be a victim of injustice. Really think about it. How are the victims in a movie usually portrayed? The villain is demanding the deed to the ranch, and Polly Pureheart is Have you ever considered the possibility that Polly, Perils of Pauline, Snidely Whiplash has got the deed to her ranch? Yeah. How about a movie where Pauline, Perilous Pauline is over there. And she's so noble and virtuous. How about a movie where she's a jerk? Make her fat and ugly and drunk. Make her unpleasant. Make her make her somebody that nobody would particularly like, and then let Snidely Whiplash come along. That's the lesson people need to learn, is that when you fight for civil rights, you're not fighting for the rights of just the people you like or agree with. If we ever gave the government the right to ban pornography, within a decade they'd find a way to ban the Bible on the grounds that parts of it are pornographic. You don't pass laws based on the idea that they're going to be enforced by angels. You pass them based on the fact that they're going to be enforced by human beings who will exploit them to their worst possible effect. That's what makes capitalism superior to communism. Communism assumes a society of angels. Of course, a society of angels couldn't even make communism work. But that's beside the point. we tend to canonize victims as saintly, heroic figures. It never occurs to us that sometimes the good guys are jerks. If you aren't willing to protect the rights of a raging asshole, you're not protecting your own. You remember that scene in the original Spider-Man movie? I'm sorry, those first three movies, those are the real Spider-Man movies. This new Peter Parker is a spider douchebag. Peter Parkour, the amazing spider twerp. I want to punch whoever wrote this. Peter Parker skateboarding with an iPod in his pocket. But anyways, that scene Peter Parker had just won that wrestling match. He goes in, tries to get his prize money, and the guy uses a technicality to cheat him. He doesn't get nothing. He leaves. Then an armed robber goes running past. He took all my money. Stop him! And he lets him run by. And he pays a terrible price because he did. That's a very accurate portrayal of that's a morality play on the consequence. You do the right thing even for people who are rotten. The problem was that they stopped wanting civil rights. They started wanting revenge. They wanted to make the racists eat a mile while they set the precedent. Now we've got sexual perverts using their victim status as a bludgeon to destroy decent people's lives. An unjust law is an unjust law, even if it's used against an a-hole. Everybody wants to be treated better. That's not such a terrible thing. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be treated better than everybody else. The problem is that everybody else wants other people to be treated worse. They don't want to they don't want to be lifted up. They want to push everybody else down. That's what it comes to. Okay, for those who don't know, Skype account, Skype. And my Skype name is Ralph Hayes, RH Junior 01. So if you want to call in, you call me. And we will talk about stuff. Meanwhile, I'm trying to draw. Let's see here. Like I was saying earlier, my sister and her husband and maybe one of her daughters, maybe two, I think one though, no one. Anyway, they're coming to visit on Saturday and help with a little house cleaning and help with fixing the plumbing. So I've got that going for me, which is nice. Alright. Anybody got anything to say, anything to ask, anything they want to add, any questions they want to ask? Anything they'd like to know? Give me some love, give me some talk. I'm going to switch back to the... most of these memes, most of these so-called memes, they're little videos. I don't want to watch, you know, I want to load images, not videos. See little posters with slogans on them. Oh yes, good advice. Let's see, no, you mean advice. I also like unpopular opinion puffin. Well, they don't have too many good advice mallards in Know Your Meme. Where is it? This is This is a true one. The quickest way to get an answer on the internet is not to ask a question, but to deliberately post an incorrect answer. People are quicker to correct you than to answer an inquiry. And of course, no, they refer to it as Godwin's Law. That's not correct. They did it to me again. I just... Okay, I just realized. Even as I said it, I realized. Okay, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up here. Okay, that was brilliant. Evil. That got me. It got me. That's a brilliant little bit of meta humor there. Oh well. Let's see. Okay. I've lost track of what I'm doing. Okay, where did it go? Where did it go? Oh well. Let's see. Okay, back. head looks too tall. Let's... I'll have to work on that. I have to think that over. Good bit of advice. When washing windows, squeegee vertically inside and horizontally inside. If you see streaks, you'll know which side they're on. You can. Oh, I've heard of this. You can fix paper. You can heal paper cuts and stop the pain with chapstick. I've heard of that. I've also heard of using, super glue. Tiny little bit. It's not. It's. But, the chapstick's probably safer. Don't end up gluing your fingers together by accident. Okay, if you find a lost driver's license, you can drop it in any mailbox, as is. The Postal Service will deliver it back to the driver. It's useful. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. I'm sorry, I've fallen quiet. Awful quiet. I do apologize, but is anybody out there? Somebody say something? Anybody want to ask a question? Anybody want to talk about something? Somebody just, you know, let it fly. I gotta admit, this scroll. Okay, now here's something that comes up. For those of you who have been to TV tropes, The Rise of Darth Vulcan, among the writings, has a page there. Okay, basically on the Your Mileage May Vary page, somebody has said that this fix Celestia, he basically says I made her Ron the Death Eater of that story. This fiction Celestia is a lot less competent than canon Celestia. And you're arguing back and forth. Some of the so-called problems with the way Celestia does things are things the writer has tacked on for this fiction rather than actually having any evidence of happening in canon. The Thestrals being blood-starved is one. Of course, that some of the story's features are things that are in fan fictions, not in canonical fiction. Heck, we don't even know if canonically, we don't know if the Thestrals even exist. We only have seen 2 of them in the entire 5 years. And they were only pulling the chariot on Nightmare Night. And for all we know, this was just some sort of costume they were wearing. They've not told us anything about them. It's all fan speculation. And they keep misinterpreting it. No, they were not starving. They were not starving in the story. This was lifted from another story. I forget what the name of it is, but in that story, the Thestrals all were vampiric and needed blood to remain healthy. But can't have that in Happy Little Pony Vegetarian Equestria. So Celestia made it against the law for them to drink blood, and forced them to use a alchemy potion as a cheap substitute, which she rationed out to them. And I went ahead with that, and in my version it turns out that the stuff is not nutritional enough. They are not dying of starvation, but they are suffering from essentially malnutrition. Which, if you want to get a real perspective on it, most of the obese people in our country are suffering from a form of malnutrition. They are stuffed on carbs, and they are not getting enough nutrients from the rest of the food groups. You're looking at a fat person, you're not just looking at a glutton, you're looking at somebody who is seriously sick. Anyway, they argue back and forth that, they say, I dislike the character. No, he dislikes the absolutist monarchy. And they admit that my argument is this, is if the princesses were as good as they are portrayed as being, if they really are noble and honest and majestic, and if they really are virtuous, or even basically decent, they have been alive for thousands and thousands of years. They have been ruling Equestria. But basic morals and ethics has to make them say at some point, this isn't right. We can't be their mommies forever. They have to be able to take care of themselves. We take care of the moon and the sun so they don't have to, but they need to take care of themselves. And we can't provide everything for them. Rule themselves. They need to be adults. But the main problem is that most countries in real life would also start paying if states suddenly vanished or were kidnapped. There's a difference. There's a difference here. If tomorrow the president, the vice president, and half Congress disappear, America would still go on. And in fact, some people would applaud. But if the president dies in our country, we have a system in there for somebody to step in and take their place. If the vice president dies, shoot, they have an entire ladder of hierarchy for if half the dang government gets wiped out. We are a nation that is built around self-governance and preparing for such an eventuality. Nobody is irreplaceable. In Equestria, Celestia disappears, Luna disappears, and literally everything falls apart. If in Twilight's Kingdom, if Twilight Sparkle had disappeared along with the others, Equestria would have been screwed. Every time there's been a crisis, every time they've disappeared, every time they've been endangered, every time, it's ended up falling on the shoulders of a ragtag, random group of individuals to bail the country out. where are the leaders? Where are the politicians? Where are the captains of the guard? Where are the generals? Where are all the other people that handle the day-to-day stuff in the nation? Nowhere to be found. Very first episode, Celestia disappears, and everybody comes apart at the seams. Twilight's Kingdom. Celestia disappears, Luna disappears, and suddenly, and the only reason everything doesn't come apart at the seams is because somebody wearing a crown is standing right there. Oh, look, it's an Alicorn princess. We're saved. Tyrek starts tromping through the niche, mows them flat. Celestia and Luna are defeated. There goes everything out the window again. But that's not the real issue. It's not about crises. It's about the fact that Celestia and Luna treat the Equestrians as a whole as if they were children, perpetual children. They do not govern themselves. Their laws, as far as the show has been, as far as have been revealed in the show, can be changed at the whim of anything with a crown. And Twilight Sparkle, the walking spaz attack, sprouts wings, and everybody in the street immediately kneels to her. That is a messed up scenario. That is a problem. I have to admit you're right on that, Ben. But I think Darth Vulcan is lampooning a little bit of both. Specifically, the tendency to see Equestria as this perfect, happy, sugar bowl paradise, whether canon or fanon. Even when it's revealed quite obviously that, it's a seriously effed up place in some ways. In canon, you got this. In canon, everything is going to be perfect. And sunshines and gummy drops, and then a flippin' monster comes out of nowhere and starts rampaging through the city. Again, this week, in canon, in the fan fictions, you've got people who love the show, who are constantly writing about how Celestia is such this wonderful. In one chapter they'll be talking about how Celestia is this wonderful divine figure, and how great and noble and generous and marvelous she is. And in the next chapter, she's doing something so dog buggering stupid that it staggers the imagination. A technologically stagnant atheist colony that lost the ability to advance due to relativism and feminism. You call that, It never got overrun by feminism, but everything else, yeah. Look, that song and dance has been played all over the world. It doesn't even make a good fictional story because it's happening everywhere. Communist China, communist Russia, the little satellite countries all over Europe. And progressive Europe today. Most of Europe is ticking along, but they're going to run out of other people. Just like Greece, they're going to run out of other people's money. Of course, they're never going. Yeah, you like the idea that some people who accuse religious people of being deranged and backwards themselves became backwards by virtue of their own ideas. True, but the thing of it is that it's not just religious that makes the difference. If just being religious was enough to make a difference, the Muslims would be the pinnacle of civilization. They've got more religion than they know what to do with. It's having faith in what's real. It's knowing the truth. It's knowing God. It's knowing Christ. It is no accident that it is the society that embraced Christendom that has thrived all over the world. It was Christianity that took Europe from the Dark Ages after the fall of Rome all the way to the frickin' lunar landing. And one of the first things they did when they landed there is they had a communion service and read from the first book of the Bible. Among the first words said on the moon by a human voice were, "And God said, let there be light. And there was light, and it was good." It wasn't Islam that did that. It wasn't Hinduism or Buddhism or any of the other dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of religions or cults that cover this world. It was the values, it was Christianity and the values thereof. Atheism is just another religion. In the little, in fact, it's the, I would say that atheism is basically the final phase of any man-made religion, as opposed to the one God-made religion that is on this earth. It finally breaks down to where they admit that the only laws that exist are the ones they make. The only laws that exist for them are the ones they make up. They, and the next thing you know, God and the devil are dead, and we all do as we please. I found myself hesitating to say that. It's reached a point where Christians are hesitant to say out loud that their religion, that our faith is the truth. It's not that we are ashamed of it or that we don't believe that, but we have been conditioned to flinch back from saying it. hit somebody with a cane often enough, they're going to flinch back when you raise your hand to them. And when people look at you and you say the Bible is true, I say the Bible is 100% true. I say that God is 100% real. I say that Jesus is God and the Son of God, and that he is the Savior, and that he is the one and only way. And if people come up to you and say, and you say this, and they look, oh, how dare you? Or they say, well, prove it. Look them right back in there and say, prove your beliefs. Their objective isn't to learn the truth. Their objective is to intimidate you into never questioning their beliefs. What proof do we have that it's true? Look, Christianity, I've said this before, I've gone over this before. Christianity is the only religion that was ever subjected to a falsifiable experiment. What do I mean by that? Christianity, Jesus made the assertion that he was the Messiah, and that he was going to die, and that he was going to come back to life. And this was commonly known. This wasn't something he kept secret, because after they executed him, they took him down off his followers took him down off the cross and laid him in a tomb. The religious figures and the government authorities came around, sealed his tomb, posted a guard around it, a double guard of the biggest, baddest, toughest soldiers that Earth at that age. And waited 3 days. If you haven't figured out what to do on that third day, you haven't been paying attention. It was quite clear. Christianity was already turning their world upside down. People by the tens of thousands followed Jesus around. If they came to the conclusion, if this body disappeared, it would turn their civilization inside out. They were afraid of losing their power and their authority, so they sealed the tomb. Experience. They arranged it so that you are trying, your objective is to prove the hypothesis false. To test it and test it and test it as hard as you can. With every experiment you can think of. And if your experiment does not disprove the theory, then you've proved. Then that is the evidence. They took the body of a man who claimed he would come back from the dead in 3 days, sealed it in a tomb, made sure there was absolutely no possible way that anybody could steal it, or hide the body, or destroy the body, or anything else. With a full intention, you knew what they were going to do. They were going to come back 3 days later, drag the body out, and self-evident by context. 3 days went by. And strangely enough, nobody came. They didn't come forward with the body. 4 days went by, no corpse. A year went by, 2, 3. The followers of Christ were spreading everywhere, testifying, dying. His apostles were dying, insisting that that what they had seen was real. If those men had been lying, they had no reason to do what they were doing. Telling the truth. If Jesus had not been the Son of God, if Jesus had died again, and his followers were lying, it did not benefit them in any way. They lost everything. They were imprisoned, tortured, beaten, and they died horrible deaths. But even in anguish, they insisted that what they'd seen was true. But more importantly than the testimony of those men, men will not die for a lie that does not benefit them, and that they know to be a lie. Die for a false belief because they are afraid it isn't true, but they will not die for something they know is a lie. If that lie does not benefit them or someone they love in some fashion, there was nothing to gain. Believing that Jesus died did nothing for the early Christians except get them sentenced to death. And more importantly was the fact that the authorities that had set out and used every ounce of power possible to prove Jesus false did not come forward with the body. 2,000 years have passed, and they still have not come out with the body, which they had under their control. Now that old joke, bleak joke, in the news today, Easter is canceled, they found the body. We've had 2,000, and we've had a little over 2,015 Easters. Despite the fact that to destroy the church he left behind, and the faith he left behind, and the message he left behind, and would have loved to, and there are empire after empire that would have loved to destroy the civilization they left behind. The communists hated Christianity. The Russians hated Christianity. The USSR hated Christianity. The Nazis hated Christianity. The French of the French Revolution hated Christianity. And they wanted to see it destroyed. And yet no body. The strongest proof of strongest proof that Jesus is exactly who he said he is is the very existence of his church, of the Christian church, the best. And I'm not referring to any, I'm not referring to the Catholic Church either. I'm referring to those who have accepted Christ as Savior. Christianity, if Christianity had been false, Christianity should not exist. And yet here we are. We are the incontrovertible proof that you were looking for. Yeah, I love that story. The Jesus stole. They insist that the apostles stole the body. I love the mental image I get of that. So basically, a bunch of frightened disciples who had been hiding and running for their lives from the government, being transformed into the middle-aged, the by Ninja Turtles, I guess. Jawabunga! 2 squads of soldiers kicked their butts, rolled the body from the tomb with their bare hands, and then ran off the set, Jesus' body on their shoulders like a surfboard. It's stupid. They would have been tracked down within a day. And again, every last one of them died insisting that Jesus rose from the dead and that they had seen him alive and spoken to him. And they're supposed to insist that all these people committed this outrageous crime, and not one of them cracked. When there was no profit from it, none whatsoever. If you rob a bank and you stash the money someplace, you can think, if I keep my mouth shut, I'll get out of here and I'll have that money. Not in this case. In this case, if I keep my mouth shut and keep insisting Jesus rose from the dead, I'll be torn apart by lions. If I confess and rat these other guys out, I get to live and go off. In fact, it was a very, they have records of people brought before the Roman government and questioned. Anybody who denied Christ and burned a pinch of incense walked out free. These men chose to die horribly rather than say that, rather than point out. The proof of Christianity's claim is established by Christianity's very existence. Okay, it is 10:13. It is late. tomorrow night, pick up where we left off. Y'all say a prayer for me. My tire man and guy got issues. Okay, I am going to be trying to find a way to. I'm going to be trying to update the comics more frequently. I'm going to be trying to get to a point where I have at least a couple of comics on a daily basis, and I'm going to be pushing to promote, try and get more Patreon patrons over the next month. This is not an option. I have to do this. So, if you say a prayer on my behalf for a little good fortune and little uptick in creativity and productivity, it would be greatly appreciated. Until then, I'll see y'all tomorrow night, and we'll pick up where we left off. You all have a nice night.